Hey guys, what up? What up? How we doing? Welcome. We have another day of farming ahead of us. Done. What is this? Ain't no way I got on that plant heist. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Anyways, how we doing? We have another day of farming. I'm going to be figuring out what I want to farm next because I think it's about time I branched out from settlers. It's been really fun doing settlers, but I also think the price of refinement scarabs has me not wanting to do it for much longer. So I have to figure out what else I would like to farm, and I think honestly, right now I'm probably leaning towards, I don't know, maybe. Ooh. There's been a few. If I've had a few thoughts, actually farming potentially because they are up in price. Harvests. The problem with harvest is I literally searched harvest on YouTube and I saw like 3 different videos all posted within the last like 48 hours. I'm just like, okay, I'm not doing that. I'm not fucking doing that. But I do think harvest could be fun. But also the parts of harvest I think I really enjoyed. I think they've removed them, so I'm not entirely the most stoked about it. And what I mean by this is I think base harvest is not that fun. I think harvest can be fun, but I don't think it's the most fun. I think harvest really comes alive with crop rotation because it adds a lot of variety to what would have otherwise been sacred broad drop. That is not common. It adds a lot of variety to what would typically have been a very steady farm. So it's kind of like essences. How with essences, once you with essences, you kind of know how much you're making per hour, right? Like, and how much you're making per hour is how much you're making per hour. Like, there isn't much like lucky in lieu of lucky drops or anything like that. It's kind of the same way with harvest outside of crop rotation, and that's why I really enjoy crop rotation, because some maps you make a stupid amount of currency, and other maps you kind of just don't hit. You get unlucky and all that. The variants made it a very a very fun strat, and of course the huge dopamines from when you actually save or you don't wilt multiple times on end, when it's like 60% chance you don't wilt or something. I found that very fun. And without awakening scarab, crop rotation just isn't great. It's kind of eh. What up, Ramond? Fucking divine shrine. Fucking divine shrine. He only ever wanted to crop rotate. He talks about variety, boy. If he could, he would only crop rotate. I mean, crop rotation is fun though. Am I wrong? It is just fun to do. Oh my god, where is the fucking shrine? Wasting my XP. Crop rotation is genuinely very fun, having the variance in harvest. And I think it's the thing I enjoy the most about harvest. So without it, it's like, will I get bored just doing harvest plants? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Allflame does a lot for it, and I just need to give it a shot. Like, I haven't tried the harvest Allflame, so I honestly, it might have some elements of that. Maybe there's some modifiers you can get on Allflames where all of a sudden, what do you call it? All of a sudden you're incentivized to running crop rotation or not running crop rotation. It would suck if that was the case, if I'm being very honest, because I wouldn't want to be switching my tree mid farm. But you know, stuff like that, like, I enjoy the variety of it, so it doesn't feel like it doesn't get monotonous. I think harvest at its core has a decent chance of feeling monotonous, just by the very nature of what the farm looks like. Because you go into your map, you find the harvest, you kill it, you leave. Or even worse, you go into your map, you clear the whole map for altars, then and only then do you find the harvest and leave. And like, You know, low-key stuck. You don't know what your next upgrade should be. What are the things you are weighing? Do you have your Merc fully set up? A part of me is also thinking maybe T17 farming as I get stronger. Honestly, it's an option. I'll go instilling orbs. I like instilling orbs. We will officially take in minus phase mitigation. It's fine. He could be min-max mobile. That is like for 10% extra aura effect and 30% crit multi for like 100 plus divine, which of course is less than I do. All right, your Doryani is set up. Do you have a mage blood? A mega blood?
I need more mana. When I'm ready, I'm not.
Juice rabbit plus ritual, and I'm getting slapped by my juice red beasts. Are you just farming the red beast, or is it like you're actually getting like good drops from them? Because fun facts, I have, and I know this will surprise many, but I have never actually done Einhar as a strat, and every single time I think I might do it, I end up not doing it. So who knows? Maybe we actually try Einhar. I think the biggest thing for me with Einhar is the bottling up of beasts. I think that's the part that always turns me off. Farming talisman. Oh, do you have to kill a menagerie to farm talisman, or is it in map? Before Sublime Vision, I have no use for mage blood. Why? You have oh, you're not, you're Reliquarian. No, you're not Reliquarian, you're Luminary, which means you do not have Doryani, correct? Or you do have Doryani. I feel like you made a joke about having Doryani the other day. Or am I mixing that up? Chaos Orb? Nah. We went Blue Waters for the quants, we'll take the quants. Then why do you need Sublime before Mage Blood? Hello, good luck with my farm, but thank you. Always appreciate a bit of good luck. Do you want it +1 Spectre Talisman or the Charges Talisman? Are you doing SSF or Bro SF, by the way, Litz? Like, do you have to find the things yourself, or is it anybody in your private league find something and then you all just trade with each other, you share? Bro SF? Okay. Because what I was thinking is, I assume you saw the Reddit post I sent, but when you get +1 Spectre Amulet or Talisman, what you're gonna want to do is delve what's it called? Delve Fossilite for the implicit so that you can swap the implicit out. It's too late for me because I've already crafted my item, but yeah. Also, you want to do a whole lot of altar farming, like Eldritch altar farming, because you're gonna need a shit ton of alteration orbs. Dude, we just got 2 secret orbs today. Surely a mirror is loading, right? Surely a mirror is loading.
When I'm ready, and not before.
About how I answer Wretched pilots are. Yep. This is the peak. This is the peak PoE experience. Who needs to see it when everything's dead? The less you see, the better a build is, as they say. So, great build. Go to the gym, hurry up and swap to Sublime Vision. Because we made Blood and Full Fire conversion, make that make sense. Before that visual belts give him more. Also, I can't drop Cold Res because before Sublime. Yes and no. So the way I disagree is I don't think that this belt is making or breaking your build. And so long as this belt isn't making or breaking your build, I think there's value to be had in moving faster. You have a Doryani. If you move faster, you're making currency faster, and you are just making. You can then go for your Sublime Vision with less time. And aside that, it's big defenses. It's giving you 45 cold res. So will a Sapphire Flask. Except that would be more, and it'll give you max cold res as well. That stinks. With Mage Blood? I don't see how that stinks. For 10% of cold damage you are taking. If you're only taking, what is your damage distribution right now? Yeah, I saw that coming. Like, I knew the moment I had to stand still for that altar, I was gonna die. But I was like, I think I've killed the lightning totem guy. I probably had. I don't. Maybe not. I hate that we have to do that. Oh shit, exalted altar. I will take that. $50 chaos, 40 fire, fist, 20 fire, 85 cap. So if I'm understanding correctly, you have Divine Flesh, which is 50 Chaos. You have 40 Fire, which is Watcher's Eye and Dawnbreaker. And then you have 20 Phase as Fire is what you meant from the Dawnbreaker. Am I correct? And then your fire cap is 85%. So if you go Mage Blood, you don't lose anything. You're just losing your belts. Now you can choose to run Sapphire Flask to make up the code res. Your Sapphire Flask could still have its suffixes. That is just a damage nerf. I mean, it depends on what you're doing, but how much damage do you really need? As for Chad, what up? How did I get 16 Spectres? I have a base of, I believe, 6 Spectres, which Dark Monarch multiplies to 12, and then I use a support gem on my support Spectres to take them from 12 to 16. So my support Spectres can have 16 while my regular Spectres are 12. Still don't one-shot Ubers? Are you Uber farming right now? Because if you're not Uber farming right now as your way to make money, that doesn't really matter until... It doesn't really matter until you're trying to one-shot, in which case you will need Mage Blood and Sublime Vision anyways. So getting a Mage Blood just means you would get there faster. What should you use for other Spectres? Like what you mean these supports? They should be in my POBs. If you check the notes section or the skill section, you should see the names of the supports. But we are using a perfect Spirit of Fortune, a perfect Blasphemer, a perfect Forest Warrior, and a perfect Guardian Turtle. Those are the 4 support Spectres we currently have. If you have more Spectre room than I do and you're looking for one more, you can maybe go for like Carnage Chieftain or something. Do note every Spectre that has perfect in its name is a tradable corpse that you would have to buy from the market. But stuff like Red Defilers, Carnage Chieftain that don't have that, you don't have to, you're not buying from the store. You can actually just get them for free for Global 6666. For any who might not know, of course. So, Chad, for my base, can I play all map mods? Some map mods are annoying, but more or less. Like if you look at my rejects, and I just closed my rejects page, of course I did. My rejects just has things that are annoying. So like this is a mod that I would not play with because then I have to switch out the potion, a flask to like mana flask. But like this is the only one. This I can play without. My defenses go down, so I'd be more susceptible to dying. Same with this, same with this. I can play with these 3, but you just become squishier. You're more prone to dying. This again can play without with it. Prone to dying. This one just reduces damage. We have a lot of damage, so it's not the end of the world. And then this one should never hit 100% less cooldown recovery rates, I think. I think. And without it hitting 100%, we can always just use like the cooldown abilities like Frostblink and Convocation. It would just take a while, so it would be annoying to deal with. But with Sublime, we could drop Dawnbreaker. Correct. You want to. My point is, you want to go for Sublime. You want to go for Mage Blood. Why wait until Sublime, which is like a mirror plus, before you go for Mage Blood, which is 200D? Because the Mage Blood will allow you to farm up for a Sublime much faster because you move much faster. Whereas a Sublime, you just kind of have to wait. You're one-shotting. It is fucking loud. There's nothing he has that I care for. Can I post POB, check what needs to be upgraded? I have a lot of POBs to check for what you might need to upgrade. If you type !build, you should be able to see like my POBs. You can check my snapshots. You can check my which is how I progressed upgrade wise from day 1 to now. You can check the actual build guides, the actual POBs, and on the front page as well. Either or, they should be fine. But the ones on the front pages are more like, you know what you're doing, and then you can follow that. The one on the snapshot is what I did, what I upgraded in like what order and stuff like that. It's still following. They're ultimately still going the same way. It's just one I'm currently doing in the league mechanics. I'm making those decisions, and you can use that as a framework as well. I would ask, what budget do you think you're at right now in terms of like the POBs? What is your main hand weapon? What is your amulet? What is your stuff like that? Because odds are it's actually a very straightforward path. Maybe mid to low. Okay. Mid to low, are you currently on a +2 wand, or are you on Foulborn Midnight Bargain? +1 wand. Okay. How many specters do you have? 10. So you have Dark Monarch. You have 5 baseline. My guess, you have a +1 wand. So you have 3 from your gem. You have 1 from the tree. You have 1 from your amulets. Have you done the amulets? Or you have 1 from your chest, but I think this season amulet is probably the easier one to go. All right. I won't spend too much time on it, but I will pick at it after this map. Yeah. Yeah, you have a +1 wand, bone meld, bones of Valor, 2020. So that means you're sitting at 2, 3, 4, 5 extra levels. So you do get 25 gem, which is fine. You have bitter bind point. Oh, I didn't even catch that. You have bitter bind point. Okay. You don't have congregation, which is fine. What does your res look like? Your chaos isn't capped. That could use a bit of work unless there's something that's missing. Now it's in the, I mean, I would even recommend like rushing these upgrades. Like beta buying point, I didn't get until a bit later. So you already have something I didn't have at this stage. I would say getting your +2 on is probably your next upgrade. You have what looks like a decent base, requires levels. No, it's too high eye level. You'd want an eye level 81 or below. So you'd buy a fractured medium attack cast speed 1 that is 81 or below. And then you'd craft that into a +2. Once you have a +2, then you're probably going to replace your amulets. That will give you an extra specter, because then it'd be 2 levels here, 1 level here, one level here. That's 4. Number 5, where's number 5 going to come from? 2, 1, 1, 1. That's number 5. And then eventually you craft to replace this guy. So that's my recommendation, at least. Weapon, amulets, boots, in that order. Amulet shouldn't be as expensive as like boots, but amulets is a lot more RNG, because you're going for levels, you're going for whatever Eldritch Implicit you get there, you're going for, then this one you actually have ways you can go about crafting stuff like this. It doesn't have to be like as GG as this guy, but you know, I made this one because I didn't want to recraft it in the future, and I got lucky on it to even begin with. I got very lucky on it, like very lucky. So overall, Mayhan weapon, I don't know what prices look like now, but you're going to 3 socket reso craft it, which shouldn't be more that expensive. Ooh, treachery. Yeah, I didn't expect that. GG. Treachery should still be like 100 chaos or something, I think. I don't think it's up to the divine anymore. How'd you get +1 on amulets? It's the base type. It's a talisman. It takes the enchant. Any base Carrion Queen talisman should have +1 max specters, unless they replace it. Just keep in mind, you cannot anoint it. This is the anoint spot that it comes with. If you anoint, you replace this. Do not try to anoint it. That's the only caveat. Don't anoint. You're not going to anoint this one. But that's how you get +1. You just get that base. You're going to alt spam until +1 all. Like until +1 all. Then you're going to make sure it's two mods. And if it's bad, you can then league mechanic off, like Allflame Regal. Choose and then go from there. There really isn't much to this crafting process. I literally just Allflamed Exalted to victory. Like that's all I did on every step of the way. The difference is, going from magic to rare, I had a bad suffix, so I picked a suffix, and once I added 2 suffixes, I did prefixes can't be changed, and I annulled off a suffix, the bad suffix, and I kept the other good one, which was I think int maybe, and then from there I just Allflame Exalted and just pick the best results.
Exile, we have yet to unravel this one. It is done.
In my mirror trauma is probably fine.
They are coming.
This is your second league, but you have more playtime in Period 1 than 2. I mean, Period 1 is a very fun game. It is a very fun game. I am, of course, in a similar spot where I have more playtime in Period 1, but this is like my 9th league? No, my 10th league in Period 1. So it's to be expected at that point. Did I also need to buy Spectre Gem +1 so it's 21? You can, it's more money. I corrupted mine myself. Speaking of corrupting yourself, when was the last time I did that? Let me make sure, because I feel like I am wasting. Yeah, I knew it. Just wasting XP. Like, it's been a minute since I heard about these guys. Even you are going for 3D. How much say 2020? A 2120 corrupted is Forest Divines, whereas a 2020 uncorrupted is 80 Chaos.
What have you?
Okay then. We'll buy some GCPs. And we'll go.
I'll put the word out. All in order. I'll let you know.
Did I also need to buy Spectre Gem +1? So like each level of Spectres is more damage, so you don't have to, but it is more damage. Ooh. That's 2. Let's go. GG. I was gonna say, why do you not have quality? But this is the one I did without. All right, 2020 on quality. I'll go get some more, but like this is 4 divines, and I get to keep an extra level. Thank you for bringing it up, by the way. Appreciate it. Forgot about it. Actually, just completely skipped my mind that I hadn't done it yet. But as you saw, it's not the most relevant because you don't always like. It's very important when you need to hit the level 25 threshold, because without level 25, you do not get the extra Spectre. But you have passed the level 25 threshold and you're now like at, I think, what, level 28, 27 thereabouts. So it's less of a concern for you. So then that one extra level is just 1 level of damage. So like about, I would say roughly 12% more damage, something like that, maybe slightly more, but like roughly around there. So it's a noticeable amount of damage, but it's not make or break. Whereas if you're, let's say, level 24, it's suddenly an extra Spectre, which gets doubled by Dark Monarch. So it's 2 extra Spectres and an extra level. That makes it a whole lot more important at that point. But you're not struggling to get to 25, so you don't, it's not the most pressing upgrade. It's something you want to get eventually, but it's not pressing. Make sense? What about an AG gem that's 2020? But there's one way to price check it. This is cheaper. All right, cool. We'll stick to raise specters. Oh, and by the way, in case you don't know this, whenever you want to make any change to equipment, like swapping your, like doing this or whatever else, you want to either do it in town because then your specters don't desummon, or you want to take off your desecrates, like, or you want to just remove this and this, otherwise you might destroy important specters, which of course you don't want to do. So these are all dirt cheap and not really worth you have the spiders on your F. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the heads up. This is 4 divine, so we'll just list it. These aren't really worth it. This one is because it's a 21. So 100 chaos. Actually 99 if I wanted to insta sell, so put 99. Then for the remaining 3 that are like 6 chaos, I would rather just get GCPs for them. Now for this guy, do I see myself wanting an Empower 3? It would lose like 200 chaos value if I corrupt it. But if I win, it's worth 11 to YOLO. Wait a second. This is one of those situations where it's worth it to double corrupt it because it's more than a 50%. It's more likely to go up in level with a double corrupt than with a Valor. So let's do that. Is it Doryani's Institute? I believe it's Doryani's Institute that is double corrupting. Don't. Do I have a map rejects for nightmare maps for this build? Currently no, but I'll go Doryani's Institute. I'm pretty sure that's the right one. I don't have one pre-made. Ugh. There. I saw the bright white spiders. I'm like, ugh, Nanji. Get me away from bright whites. Like, it's just so much better in the dark skin, I think. So on the right. I would say for the rejects, there are a few mods I would avoid. Anything that would likely lead to me dying, I would probably avoid. Early res, anything that would make the boss too tanky as well, I would avoid. So early res is fine, but early res with like a bunch of other mods you might want to, you know, proceed with caution, if you will. So the reason I don't have that reject is because whenever I roll nightmare maps currently, I like looking at it just to see the combination. Because Fizzers Extra is fine, but if you have 3 Fizzers Extras, you're probably gonna die at some point because, you know, that is a loss. All right, moment of truth. Boom. God damn it, man. Sag. Not only do we lose 200 in value, we lost 100 in this. 07. Is there anything crazy? Is there anything crazy? Nightmare. I'm just going from top to bottom. Minus maxers would be annoying, not the end of the world. Frenzy can be dangerous. It can be pretty dangerous because it's a more damage multiplier. That's like, what was it? Is it 8 times 4% more damage? I think because monsters gain more effect from certain charges, frenzy included. The effects are more significant on non-minion monsters. 4% more. Does it say what it is on monsters? Oh, it just gives them attack cast speed, more attack cast speed, and a bit of MS. Okay, cool. So it's still 4% more, so that's 60% more damage. So it's not the end of the world, but if you pair it with like a bunch of other damage mods, it can be spicy. I would avoid pen, especially if you're doing abomination. On others non-abomination, you might want to run pen if there's no other like Fizzers Extra, but like pen is spicy. Chain I would avoid until you're on the mid to high budget where you have solved stun somewhere else. Then I would switch to this. This makes me chain immune, and because I'm chain immune, I can run that. But until then, I would avoid chain, because what chain does is it's essentially you're going to get hit by projectiles because they're going to hit your mobs, your minions, and then they're going to chain to you. You don't want that, or terrain even. So like you don't want that. Though I guess what you could do as well is you could easily switch to this Pantheon if you want to really run that map, and that would, you know, solve that as well. I also need to change it, this guys, because I'm no longer running red altars. I need to get Arabics. All of these are kind of fine. Early res would be annoying to deal with because they would reduce your damage by quite a bit. So, you know, keep that in mind. Early res would be annoying. Not the end of the world. Try to avoid early res alongside other like tanky mods like endurance charges if you can. But 1 or 2 tanky mods is probably fine. Having 6 tanky mods means you will spend some time killing the enemies. We spoke about Fizzers Extra. It's fine in moderation. If you're juicing effects, it's even more so like deadly. But like if you're not juicing effects, you can pair a lot more of these mods than I am saying. Like if you have triple Fizzers Extra without juicing, without peak juicing like map effect, you're probably fine. But like if you're peak juicing map effect, then all of a sudden you might be giving them like 500 damages extra, which is insane. So you know, you want a healthy balance of damage and defense mods for the monsters, or just mods that don't affect us all entirely. Endurance is fine, makes them tankier, so keep that in mind, but it's largely fine. Endurance charge, endurance charge gives them 15% additional PDR. We don't care about that, but we do care about the early res, which is a lot of early res because they get with T17s, they get 1 max, so that's 4. So they get 60% early res on top of potentially having early res. And if you do all that, that means you're going to be meeting enemies with 75 capped res. Or if the mod has max res, then even higher. In those maps, you 100% want to use lightning pen support instead of minion damage. But where was I? PoE.read, that's the one. Avoid runes of Syrian Exarch. It's very annoying. I wouldn't. This is a skip. Syrian Exarch is a skip. Bloodstains, Sawblades is annoying. It will kill you if you're not paying attention. You can avoid that one as well. Poison on hit. I'm always hesitant for this one, not because I would die, but because my specters don't have the most chaos res. So it can be annoying if you give them too many damage mods, because this is all damage can poison. So lightning damage, elemental, physical, all of that can poison. So, and that's all chaos damage you'll be taking. This is a skip when you don't have that much minion chaos res. Reduced leech. I feel like this is a largely ignorable mod. The difference is if you're juicing effect and this goes beyond like 100%, you will not leech. I think I haven't tried this mod. I typically skip it, but you can run it if it's like 60, 50. I think that should be fine. If it's airing on like 80, 90%, I would skip it. Meteor skip before, at least before Meteor, you skip it. 100% skip. Defenses you can do without it. Like you can run it. Additional projectiles. Be careful of bosses with additional projectiles. It might be fine for most enemies. Bosses will be spicy. Power charge is crits. Crit is, we don't have any crit mitigation as we go up, so you might be prone to like getting one shot in crit maps. It's 20% increased crit and they get 4, so that's 800%. We don't have any crit mitigation, like I said, so it'll probably end up in a one shot or two. It's not an instant skip, but it's a skip if there are other damage mods. Volatile cores is a skip. It's a one shot you, assuming they still have the same effect they had before. And Maven can be annoying if you pair this with other tanky mods, simply because Maven can heal the boss. So if you really give them like life as extra energy shield, and you're just trying to whittle that down, and then you finally succeed in whittling it down, and then Maven starts healing, that's very annoying. So watch other mods as well. Auras affecting other enemies, insta skip. Instant. I don't even consider it. No. Instant. And then Marground is probably fine. Probably. And I think that's basically all the T17s, really. We'll keep the Empower because we might use it in the future. But yeah, that's kind of the TLD out there for modifiers, or how I approach the modifiers. Some are fine if that's like the only tanky mod. Some are fine if that's like the only damage mod. But once you start pairing them with other damage mods, it can get spicy very quickly. So err on the side of caution. Like right now, I would want any early res mod. So endurance charge is free, early res is free. Why? Because I set the res to -200, so it wouldn't matter. But like before then, I probably would avoid having too much res on them, because then I would be effectively be hitting them with, I think like impact gets to 34%, so like 40% res, which would really reduce your damage all the same, and would basically invalidate your curse. One thing you could do as well is you could get, I don't know how much invert the rules is, but you could get it as a swap for situations where they have too much early res for your curses to do anything, and you can run it that way. But I think invert the rule should be more expensive than it is worth to do that, but I could be wrong. I haven't checked the prices.
Sold something while you were gone?
Wait a second. I didn't keep a single 2020 gem. I should have. This guy needed replacing. Because this guy could use with the resistances. They're all tanky, so like it's not the end of the world. But is it hard to craft the boots? It's not hard, and it can honestly be relatively cheap. Like you can probably get a very decent pair of like 10-15 divines. It's just RNG that determines how good the boots are going to be. I have a video that talks about, or I have a video on the crafting steps for it. But there's quite a few RNG steps that can potentially increase the price or not. While we're doing this fight, I think I can actually talk a bit about it. There's a part in this step where you have to roll specters, and you have to 50-50 each specter or a supporting mod.
I think you'll appreciate this one.
So what that means is,
Let's test your resolve.
for the situation, for that particular step, you are going to roll 2 Eldritch mods.
Show me what you've braved. This.
And because you have 2 Eldritch mods, you're going to use a currency that makes one of those mods eat the other one. Now you're dead.
You fight well. Partake of this.
Dude, is actually so loud.
I can truly fight at full strength against you.
That no, what do you call it? No spalling. And because that step is a 50-50, if you don't fail it, then the craft is, can be significantly cheaper. But if you fail it 3 times, that greatly increases the crafting cost. Beyond that, once you win that step, it's a lot easier, I would say. And it all just depends on how much you're willing to spend. So for a bit of information as to the crafting steps, just the summary, you're going to essence, spam, intelligence. You have 1 div, so you definitely want to save up for it if you want to craft this. This is also going to cost you more than 1 divine, just heads up. But anyways, you essence spam with intelligence until you get +1 raise spectre. Now, if you have a good third suffix, good. If you have an open third suffix, like that kind of complicates things. But you ideally want +1 spectre with 3 suffixes. Once you get this, you're going to suffix block, i.e. suffixes can be changed, and then you're going to reforge chaos. This gives you an eldritch implicit, or an eldritch prefix rather, that is not eldritch, an elder prefix that is unaffected by desecrated ground. Then you're going to use an orb of dominance, which will 50-50 either remove raise specters or remove desecrate. If it removes raise spectre, you go back to essence. If you remove desecrate, then you now have +2 instead of +1 to level of raise specters. From this point, you have +2 and an item that has probably at most 2 prefixes and at most 3 suffixes. At this point, if you don't like your third suffix and you are okay with splurging on the craft, which is where I was, I use Allflame to annul the third suffix, or to try. I could have easily failed because it was a 3 mod item. I hit it, then I reforged fire so I could get firers, and that gave me the item you see here, and I just benchcrafted MS. But that's being lucky. Without being lucky, now you have your res there. So then all you're going to do is you're going to suffix block veiled chaos, unveil movement speed, and hopefully this second mod, or maybe chance to avoid chill is also popular, and then benchcraft life, and you have your boots. Of course, you can also exalt the last mod with Allflames. That also works. But that's like, you don't have to remember all that, but that's what those are the steps. What you can do is, I have a video from Settlers League about crafting. That video has the crafting steps for this. The only difference is I use a different essence on the first step. But everything else is the same. It's the same process. So if you want to craft it yourself, you can follow that video. If you want to buy it, you also can. That's always an option. Could you share the POB? If you check the description on YouTube, there should be a build spreadsheet. The POB should be in there. I am playing Wretched Defilers to be specific, or you can check any of my build snapshots for Wretched Defilers for this season. Either or works, but they're all in the Google Sheets link in the description.
Approach, challenger.
You are welcome. Let me know if you have any questions. We have a few more Mesa maps. When I start doing harvests, if I'm doing harvests next, what map do I want to farm? City Square is an option, but probably not the greatest option. I don't have any form of... Ooh. What if I tried Toxic Sewers with Annihilation supports? Honestly, not the worst idea, I think. Jesus, so there are other Atlas anomalies? Y'all exist? Could have fooled me. Gotten like 4 planned heists and 3 mana 4 years or whatever. At some point I was thinking, oh, maybe that's just what the quadrant offers. Loki, I kind of want to visit the other quadrants for this quest, but I don't know if it gives anything. I feel like it does not, but I could be wrong on that one. Oh no, it's this fucker. It's this fucker. I hate this guy because he has a temp bubble that counters Wretched Defilers. The boots are 90. Is that for a good one? What kind of rolls are you looking at on the boots? I really dislike this guy. Without Doryani, I would not bother trying to fight him. I think part of what saved me, honestly, there was Barnacles. Converting his face to cold probably did a lot. Asking, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Only +2 Spectres for 90. Yeah. I think in many situations it's actually just what's it called? It's actually cheaper to craft it, but I haven't actually looked at, you know, the crafting cost for a bit, so I can't say if it's still worth it. But what I will say is by crafting it, you do have a chance at locking into something like this. And like if I had to buy mine currently, it would be I need to buy 100% Darkness Enthroned. We're gonna buy one after this map. Can't be getting chilled by chilled ground. Also, for if I'm just in blue altars, I think there's value in me picking up Immortal Call. Because Immortal Call will eat my endurance charges. By eating my endurance charges, I would then recharge mana. So I think there's value there. Kind of done with that one, I guess. So like, I'ma just do this. Steel Skin replace with Immortal Call. Ooh, what is that damage? The fuck? I have to just make sure I'm leveling up my Immortal Call for now, so it's actually a decent level. But the real reason for Immortal Call here is because I want it so when I get reduce recovery rates when you have endurance charges, it's going to eat the endurance charges so I can actually recover my mana. I think it's this. Wait, what? I didn't know I didn't finish this. I didn't even know I started this, I'll be honest. I wasn't aware I started it. Ow. I don't know what y'all hit me with there. What on earth? Ooh. Easy divine. And then once we're done with this map, we have to go through the long and grueling process of figuring out what it is we want to farm. So I guess there's that. They're both like 3-4 chaoses. I'll just take that. I feel like this map should put me at like 2 days of King's March so I can really take an extended break from it. And for anybody who's wondering why I'm not using this scarab that makes it so I get bars instead, I just ask you to look at the price. That shit's not worth it. It's not worth it, which is why we can't just perma farm King's March anymore. We'll allow our workers to do their thing without having to spend 50 chaos per scarab, which is ridiculous. Like actually ridiculous. Without getting a mirror shard in the last shipment, which mirror shards aren't always guaranteed. If I had used only that scarab, I would have ended up breaking even after like 2 days or 3 days of farming, or however long it would take however long it took me to actually gather that shipment. And it's like at 50 chaos per, it just isn't worth it, or at least it wasn't with it being like 3 for a divine or something. It's not worth it. That's too expensive. You barely make a profit unless you're like really just high rolling for mirror shards. On the other hand, doing it this way means every 4.5 days or something you're going to get a shipment, and you're not going to spend a lot of money getting that shipment. You spend a lot of gold and you spend time, but you can also just farm other things as that is naturally happening. At least that's the thought process I have with it. But if I really just wanted to farm settlers, I still would use the scarab. I just would use it in situations like this when I think I have enough ore to last me a while and I want, you know, the instant bars now because I have like only 10 mil to actually get to my next 15 mil. Then I would do it. Why do I have, oh, it's my torment. I was like, did I overwrite something? I don't think I did. Yeah, that leaves us with quite a bit of this. So what I do need to check, which I kind of wish there was an easy way to do this, but there isn't. I would like to see how long it would take them for them to do this, and the only way to do that currently is to turn these off. I have 2 days worth of mining and smelting as expected. Like I didn't realize I could do this in passings, otherwise this would have been a godsend. But that means I don't actually have to farm King's March until Sunday, and by then I'll have my 50 mil shipment, because I think right now I'm probably at like 18, 13, something like that.
Good. More work.
I'm at 10.6. I was at 8 before. I'm now at 10.6. In a day would be at 15.16. In a day past that, I'll be at 21, 22-ish, thereabouts. So it'll take me Mondays when I'll send my 50 mil shipments, if I just wait for it all to just naturally process. All right, what exactly are we going to be farming next? I think Like there was something else that I'll just go to 20% where I should be trying to get.
We'll make it happen.
I think it's this guy. 31% increased damage is nice. All right. So let me think. Let's look at this tree. Let's see what we want to farm. What are good choices? I think harvest is probably going to be the thing I would want to farm the most. Aside harvest, I think I was talking with Lit earlier about beasts. I have never once done actual beast farming. I don't know what it's going to be like, but at the same time, let's pull up Ninja. Ninja will probably be able to help. East anywhere there. Morgan is 150. Wild Bristle Matron. How'd you get Wild Bristle Matron outside of memories? Because I don't think memories are still a thing. So how do you get Wild Bristle at this point? Yellow Life Force is 29 to 1C. Yellow Life was very expensive. Like 1D will get you like 4 point something K yellow. It's very expensive. Yeah, I don't know how to currently get Wild Bristle Matron. Let's look. Wild Bristle Matron. In tier 14 plus and can be used as a red beast. So it just naturally spawns in maps now. Okay. So you have Wild Bristle Matron being expensive. These three are good. These are okay. And then everything else is just kind of us. So it stops at Craykick Maw, which I think this is actually. Wait, hold up. Is this? Where's Aboriginal Chieftain? Is that not in the game? It might not be in the game actually. I don't know what it is, but I don't see it here. I also don't see it down there. So I don't exactly know what it is. Yeah, I don't know. So it's nowhere to be found unless I'm blind. Yeah, it's not here. Anyways, that's just one. Let's see. What's the bottom one here? Craykick More. Craykick More stops. You are nowhere to be found, my guy. What the fuck? Again, am I blind? More. One. Why the fuck are you in there then? Unless it's a case of, because I'm pretty sure they're green because it's in there, so this should not be in there by any means. And in that vein, there are probably other things here that probably should not be there. Min chaos value 15. Maybe 10. But I do like that you can adjust this as needed. So that makes sense. Okay. I just needed to know. So if I ever do bestiary, this is what I'm going to end up using as a rejects. But that's besides the point. Harvest juice is very expensive. And I think that is what I am likely going to try. What does a harvest tree look like? That is the next question. PoE or re, and what does, not re, what am I doing? PoE planner. And asides, what does it look like? What does Atlas even look like min max now? Harvest scarabs, there's only 3, so there's really no reason to go for any amount of chance, and I feel like I'd have to pair it with something else. I could do, nah. Why would you go to through the bottom instead of the top? Cool. And then you go down here, you pick this up, you pick this up. You want all the pack size you can get, you want all the effect you can get. I would still go this. Is there anything in harvest I'm missing? Reduce purple chance. Reduced blue chance. Something like this, I think. So we still see the most yellow. But despite seeing the most yellow, we still see everything else. And I think that makes a lot of sense. We see more blues than we see purples, but we still want to see everything because we'd be using cornucopias. Not to mention, I don't think there's any one juice that is like just don't touch. I mean, purple is probably the worst. We 8k, this is 5k, this is 6k. So yeah, I think this is pretty fine. Then past that, we just want pack size and quantity. So we'd still go here, we'd go here. What else would I want that would want pack size and quantity? What can I fit into this? We can do shrines. Could technically use this because we drop unique monsters, but it's kind of a meh situation. Like, not really. Not really. I don't want that. There really isn't anything else I can add to my map that is juicing adjacent. I could just try to get my maps done with faster, with shrines and whatnot. There isn't really enough there aren't enough points here that I really want to engage with a secondary mechanic. But like, even if there were, what secondary mechanic would make sense for it? I'd want magic monsters to drop more loot, or I want increased number of magic monsters. So honestly, this one, I almost forgot about this one right here. That's an important wheel. That leaves me with 30 points to just throw into whatever. What is whatever gonna be? I guess I could do harvest. Or not harvest, beyond. I could technically. Would I want to do betrayal? No, betrayal would require compasses. I can't spare compasses. Whatever it is has to be compassless. I think the real answer is just shrines or blocking mechanics, honestly. Shrines or blocking mechanics, but it's not compass farming strat, so I don't think blocking mechanics is the best idea. So I think it's just a shrine angle. I'm already in the region for most shrines anyways, so pick them up. Past that, it would have to be like Nico. Nico also gives me movement speed to finish my maps faster, so could do that. Block daily mirrors. Wait a second. What about heists? I'm already in the region for heists-ish. It does want points. It doesn't want scarabs. Heist is the perfect addition. Aren't the expensive contracts deception contracts? Right? They are? I feel like... Let me just confirm. You just need to confirm his ways to just check TFT. Yeah, deception contracts are indeed the most profit. So these... We don't care about that. And then if we're going to have any sort of heisting whatsoever, we are going to want to customize our contracts. We only see places that can drop. I always forget this. So contracts. We only care about deception, so we turn off anything that doesn't have deception. So bunker goes off, Let me have this on my second monitor so it's easier. Bunker is off. Record office has deception. Mansion deception. Smugglers deception. Underbelly deception. Lab deception. Corrupted library deception. Repository doesn't have deception. Tunnels doesn't have deception. Yeah. So I think everything else here has deception. So let me see. Let me just count the deceptions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there should be 6 here. Correct. All right, cool. Those are the only 6 that can actually drop deception contract, so they're the only ones we care about. And then we export. So this is a decent tree. But we still have some points left over. So we still kind of have to figure that out. Guess we could do that. Oh, this node is actually good now. Blueprints have a 15% chance to have special implicits. Sure. I can also block nodes. So Legion. Honestly, Exped, Breach. I think this is a fine tree. I think. And then we run this on Delhi maps. Something else we could also do is just regular Delhi. We could pair Delhi and Harvest. That's something else we could do actually. That'd be a pretty good combination. Only thing is we wouldn't be able to use any of these scarabs. No, we can. Because Harvest only needs 3 scarabs. Chance for Harvest, Doubling, and Cornucopia. Now we still want things like Monstrous Lineage, which is increased magic monsters. Bruh. Increased magic pack size, which would be good for Harvest. Then where is that? Is it Nemesis? We could do Nemesis because it'd make them juicier, so they drop more juice. Nemesis is 3 chaos. Sure. Okay. That's an easy scare up to use there. We can do Bloodlines. That's too expensive. Honestly, I don't know if it's too expensive, but or if it like it would pair well with Monstrous Lineage, but meh. So we'd go Nemesis. So we can do the 3 Harvest Scarabs wherever they are. There. And then we could just do Monstrous Lineage. Though I guess if we get full Sacred Growth chance from the tree, we can go double Bloodlines. Not Bloodlines, Nemesis. For 4 mods, for even more juice from rare enemies. I do feel like I threw away some points here. Like these 3 weren't the most needed. But I don't think I can fully... Like I can also remove this. Deception contracts are currently going for like 9 chaos each. Blueprints are like 10 chaos each. So it actually might be worth going for this. Now that I think about it, because this would be 2 points that I don't have to spend. Then I would go 1, 2, 3, and then I have to pick this one up, and maybe this one. But like in terms of harvest chance already, I'm at 50%. So if I were to get this, it's not counting it because I'm. Let's do this. Oh, this is 50% chance for an additional. Contains Sacred Grove. We're at 30% chance currently. Okay. We are currently at 30, so we'd have to, if we get this, we'd be guaranteed. Because I know there's chance here and I know there's chance here, which would get us to 50%. I think I'd rather just do the blocking, run the Scarab. Genuine, I think something like this is what I should be going for. If I'm not doing this, the next best farm is going to be Betrayal that I would want to engage with. Betrayal, I'd be going for Burial Medallions. Not Burial, are they called Burial Medallions? Syndicate Medallions rather. Syndicate Medallions are 4 or 5 divines each, and you have like a 30% chance per safe house to drop them. Now, I don't know how profitable the boss is. How much is an unID'd Cane of Kulamak? Would be a good start. And I also wouldn't have to buy any special maps for Betrayal. If I'm going straight Betrayal, it would probably be Betrayal Essences or something. Those are the 2 I typically pair with. But then it'd have to be like Essence without Scarab, which is kind of ass. So it wouldn't be that. It would have to be Blueprints, maybe. Because Blueprints don't care about Scarab. So it'd be Betrayals, Blueprints, and maybe Shrines for MS, as well as Delve or Nico for it as well. Could play around with those ideas. But for what we're currently doing, i.e. Harvest, we're going to try Harvest. All right. I need to figure out which location I want this to be at. Is going to be the next thing to figure out. I don't mind City Square, but I think I'd rather Dunes. I think Dunes would be the better choice. Oh, I wasted this point. I just realized I wasted 8 points in. But I will definitely be checking out Betrayal soon. That'll probably be the next strat I go for. I should, by the time it's all said and done, have 1 point left. What the fuck am I missing? At 6 points, there's a wheel that's missing. I'm missing a single point from somewhere. There is somewhere that has just the one that has 8 points less than it should. It's not there because I didn't take it. It's not here. None are here. Not there. Where could it be? It's 1 point. How many places could 1 point be hiding? Like, genuine, it's not in shrines, it's not in ice, it's not in map effects. Though I guess this is also another choice for a bit of nightmare farm in my loot pool. Not a bad use of 2 points from where I'm at. Of course, I'd like to see where that 1 point is missing from. I'm stumped. I don't know where it could be. Not here. Or here. Or here. Or here. Not here. Nope. Nope. No, 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 no. There. Found the elusive point. How on earth did that go untaken? If I want to kill the boss every single zone, City Square is the no-brainer. If I don't, actually, Mausoleum is also high up there in terms of good heist layouts or harvest layouts, because I don't care about killing the boss currently. Jungle Valley as well. Fine. I'll just take that point. There's nothing else I care for. Like, I could do maybe double progress. Like, I really don't care about double progress. There is nothing else that point would go into that would benefit the strats. All right, let's do it.
All in order. I'll let you know.
Basically 1-to-1, so might as well buy one.
I should raise my fees.
We can for now remove the Kalguran Scarabs because I'm not going to use them for a bit. Then Cornucopia. I'm going to need to get kiosks for this guy. 21 for 5. 5 is 175. So 883. 21. Yeah, Shippa and Chaoses. So I'm just going to do it in Chaoses.
We'll make it happen. I should raise my fees.
Then Dublin. 20. Bruh. Alright. I knew I should have done 10, but I was being...
I'll put the word out.
I didn't say leave one for me, but we'll do 3.
All in order. I'll let you know.
Any day now. Okay, we have Dublins.
I'll put the word out.
Then we have Monstrous Lineage.
We'll make it.
Then we have Nemesis.
We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen.
Really, bro? You kidding me? Are you kidding me? And now the ratio has moved? Right, you want to play like that? Cool.
All in order. I'll let you know.
Cool. Next up, because we still have stuff to buy. Routine, was it? By like 3?
We'll make it happen.
And then next up, we have to figure out where we're going to use these, but that's besides the point. But I should keep one in my inventory so I don't forget. And then, last but not the least, we need 8 modded Delirious maps. Thank you for the warning.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
I don't know if I want 80% Delirious, my guy. Like, I think if I have a say, I do not want that. Honestly, do we need to keep buying more? Because I have some in my stash that I could just... Ooh.
Could do worse.
Say less. Again, thank you for the warning. So just stay away from this left line, eh? That's what I'm seeing. Who is making sounds and why?
I'd consider that a win.
Oh, you got more. Don't you mind if I do? Let's do something. It's not 80%. It's not 100%. Yeah, that's not what I should be doing. Fine, we'll just keep visually betting it. But I don't want to click that.
Exile.
100% would be paying. Like, I can probably handle it. Like, it's not like I can't. I just don't want to. Like, dealing with the yellow harvest boss in 100% just sounds like
Not bad at all.
absolute pain and misery. And I wouldn't wish out my worst enemies. Wait, that guy has been farming a lot of Maven, it looks like. Any timeline on settler strats this weekend? I just need to record what's this weekend. It'll probably be out sometime late tomorrow or early Sunday, if I want to be a bit more specific. No worries. I think we just dump all of these. And I think we're gonna use Mausoleum. Ooh. Gambling district, no monsters. What the fuck is going on here? Oh. Attempt to pick the lock, potentially dropping an item. Ooh. My lucky day. That already makes it worth. We're not going to spend 2 mil gold, but we're definitely spending 200k. Touch. And then we try to pick hits. I got nothing from the last one. Literally nothing. But we got a divine. I would take it. That is worth the gold. Alright, Mausoleum, Harvest. Let's go. Let me sync up my wealthy Exile. Oh, we found the harvest already. I don't know if it's worth still going ahead now that we found this guy. Like the answer is no. And I'm better off just getting more maps in. Because otherwise I go for a what the fuck? Yeah, I have minus fizz, so it's probably a fizz hit or something. Like, I don't know what it could have been that was here. Probably one of the golems.
You stand at a crossroads. Choose wisely.
Hard though. He has Holy Sweep, Consecrated Power, Holy Strike as well. Holy Hammers. Because it's the first time I'm running into him, I'm going to rematch him.
Valor is his. Imagine. The fate befitting a heretic.
What? Okay. Fair. I guess. Fair. I probably should have left the AoE for this damage is extra. But like I wasn't expecting that, okay? Like I wasn't expecting that. What does the map have, I guess? Maybe that's partly, let me see. Faces extra fire. He's a unique boss, so he gets damage and attack cast speed. 60% delirious. Reduced flask effects. Okay, I mean I see how.
We need not the
I also feel significantly squishier with Immortal Call, but that's mostly because the bulk of my damage taken, at least, is going to Chaos, and Immortal Call doesn't affect Chaos. Yeah. From the one map we got these two. We didn't see blue, sadly, so I guess let's also go here. Go here, go here. And then we'll put this in our backup money tab. This is what we had beforehand, and this is what we've gotten now from the current strat. Makes it easy to keep track. Can you build Defiler with agents? I have low budget and my character dies frequently. Low budget you can, but if you would like an Aegis like effect, depending on how high budget you are, I know you said you're low budget, but if you have block sorted, i.e. you have a decent block chance coming from your Tempest shield among other sources, because I think we get to like some decent spell block and all that, you can potentially look into Divine Shield, because blocked hits count as fully mitigating the hit, which then gives you some ES. It's not as good as Aegis, and if you really wanted, you could. But the thing is, the reason you wouldn't necessarily want to go Aegis is early on, you're trying your best to get to level 25, so you can get an extra Spectre, which is a big DPS boost. Once you have Dark Monarch, this is still the case. And eventually that +1 becomes an extra Spectre with bitter bind point. So even if you get Aegis, it'll be very transitionary, you know, very temporary. So I would be hesitant. We've already seen the harvest. So while you can, there are typically better options than that. How much is the price for this build? Like for my current version? If you're asking about my current version, it's kind of it's quite expensive. I don't know the actual price because prices have risen for this jewel since I got it. So this is 48. Okay, it's actually dropping now, so you know, maybe it's not even as bad as I thought. But overall, I would say this is with this being 48, that's the bulk of the money on this build. But like, I would say like 100 divines, 120 thereabouts. Sure, we'll go Exalted Orbs. I thought something dropped. What the fuck dropped? I'll show you a nightmare map.
This is not a challenge. A swift choice speaks well of you.
I don't care about anything here, and I don't care about you. So you do have a stack deck though.
You've bested me. Perhaps there's hope for you yet.
This way, Exile.
Mm.
Kill it, Exile.
Blue is worth more. This means this is where the blue thing is. Let's hope this is where yellow level 4 is, and they don't, and it's not one or the other, because that'll be sad. God damn it, man.
Kill it, Exile. Quickly.
That's us. The 2 level 4s are fucking here.
Delightful death.
But can I just say Delhi makes this guy so much more tolerable, because by the time he is done with his BS, he's typically phased and he doesn't even jump around. He just dies. Delhi makes it so much better. 100% recommend. What mods do we have here? Increased quantity, increased chance for tier 3. Oh, that's some nice mods actually. So now that we aren't being recommended rogue markers, how much are they going for? 65k for 1,000. 65k for 1,000 for a divine, rather.
Vote the dead as if they were valuable. To death.
We've seen where the harvest is. I think with the current strat, it's still worth going around. Ooh, the vines. I think it's still worth... Oh my lord, you know, I just realized something. I should have been trying to juice pack size, not quantity, with my rejects. Oh, that's... Yeah, I should have been doing that. Like, it's not outrightly wrong to juice quantity. You just get more mileage out of pack size. So I guess these maps will probably have decent pack size, so like it's probably fine. But yeah.
This way, Exile.
This is tough. This guy has 2 T3s as long... Fuck it. All right, he's phased finally.
Kill it, Exile. Quickly.
Bruh, and there's nothing but yellows here. Is that Hawk? I think that's Hawk's buff. I mean, I'm gonna take this. Wonder if I should have killed the what's his face. I don't like how close these two are. But I wonder if I should have killed the yellow T4.
A vote to the dead, as if they were valuable. Pathetic.
Death waits with open arms. Heard of House Kyaxon? Then you know this won't end well for you.
Caustic Death. Multi-strike. Reduce MS, increase minion attack speed. Caustic Death and Brutality, Lamau. Alright, I think we go Wanderlust. It's the only thing here that makes sense to get. Oh shit! Minions convert! I guess it's not worth. Should I give it for myself? Sure.
Ready to die. Die as you were meant to. I concede. Clearly you're more capable than most.
I mean, her skeletons currently have brutality, so their caustic ground does nothing. Like legit, just does nothing.
Bellowing death.
Who are these guys? Throwing multiple projectiles like they own the place. Oh, this is a map to kill the boss. Oh, that guy is big, big. One day I'll hover on a belt and it'll actually be worth money. Till that day, we just keep hovering on belts.
This way, Exile.
Was that worth clearing the whole map? Probably was not. But we did get some. Did we not get contracts? We didn't get any good contracts? Oh, then that was definitely not worth it. Okay, good. At the very least, we know you are different. Yellow still has a chance to have a different T4. Like if T4 is here, then we're chilling. Wait, what? Holy. What do we have here? Duplicated monsters, chance for T3, point of life force. God damn it. So these two are T4s. Alright. Fair game. So that means I don't get a purple T4 in this map. I got 2 blue T4. So it kind of, you know, evens out in the end. Yep. You know you have a 10% chance to no will, right? That would have been a perfect chance to no wilt. Just saying. My guy, don't you have like what do you call it? Delhi? How didn't I phase you in the Delhi phase? Oh, I did. There are, it feels like there are 2 of them. Scratch that. I'm pretty sure there's 2 of them. Yeah, there's 2 of them. All right, Mr. Solita, let's see what souls you want to get. Oh, wait. Was the mistress... This mistress might have been feeding him souls with someone's skeleton. I just realized. Oh, well. Didn't matter too much. It did not matter too much. So... We've already found the harvest. I honestly don't think it might be. I don't think it's worth it going around getting Eldritch Altars. The harvest is nice, but like that's a side add-on to the harvest. The main thing is the harvest. Oh. That's all the quants we need to even begin with. I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't like what I'm seeing so far. There's no T4 here, which means those are that plot, side eye. Yes, there's a T4 here. Cool. Okay, so they're separated. The T4 yellow is here, which is free.
I need more mana.
This is an Immortals Call kind of game or kind of map. Bro, you should be phasing. What more do you want? Your counterpart fucking phased. Where the fuck is he? Oh, you baited me. What? Did you just duplicate the duplication? Ah. 5k, that's a divine right there. A raw divine.
What is it?
All right, let's get the memory vault done.
It worked.
We'll pull out the next fruits in. When I saw passive skill, I was like, wait, what? But it's Orb of Regrets. We'll go Remembrance, I think. Remembrance is worth decent money. It's like 50 chaos or something. 61. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. So we already have 3 divines in yellow juice. Do you want to keep the Mausoleum? What other maps are there in other biomes that are actually good? Well, first, I guess let's see what biome I would ideally like rewards from, and then we can go from there. That would be vaults. No. Astrolabe. I'll go down the Astrolabe hole. Memory vault. So the orbs, the valuable currency, the regular currency, reflecting. Here I can get enlighten, enhance, invention, greater multi-strike. How much is greater multi-strike? I remember Arcane getting spoon-fed with the last league. Greater multi-strike is 20 divines, 12 divines currently. Is there anything close to that in this memory vault? More reflecting mist is kind of whatever. Cooldown recovery is 2.6. Spell cascade. Spell echo is 18. Holy. Where's spell echo? Is a spell echo here? No, it's from a boss. Okay. Spell cascade is 1 point something divines. If even. 1 divine. So 1 divine, you are a few divines more. 2 divines, like 1 divine, 2 divines, but almost 3 divines actually. Nightmare maps. It has a bunch of things that are not the greatest. This is fine, honestly, price wise. Not the greatest, but okay. In this one though, I'm typically here because of there are good maps here. But I think I want a chance at Jackpot Greater Multi-Strike. I think ultimately that's what I would like with Astrolabes. So what is a map that is at this top right that I think is good to run? Belfry isn't bad, but the boss is there. Beach isn't bad, but would rather not. Foundry, Core, Vault, Temple, Palace. Haunted Mansion is probably the easiest to access the boss, if I'm being honest. Haunted Mansion is probably the easiest to access the boss here. Nothing else here comes close. But I guess, nah. If I don't care about boss, then Silo is pretty good because it's straight line. I can't miss the harvest. Beach, I can boss rush the boss, but it's at the end of the map, so eh. Belfry, the boss is halfway through. I can't miss the harvest, but like then the boss is now Kitava, and that's annoying. Yeah, top right really just isn't great when it comes to layout. But 20 Divine Gem definitely makes up for a good chunk of inefficiencies, if you will. Is there anything special about this quadrant? I don't think so. Aside the vault, I don't think so. I don't think they have any specific quadrant things. Yeah. If I had to pick a map though, what map would I pick? It would never be Silo because I would hate fighting that boss. But I also hate fighting Belfry. Belfry, I think, has the best layout. But I would hate to deal with that boss because the boss here is Kitava. Silo is Violenta, which is also a pain to deal with. I feel like there was one more map I considered. Ramparts is... the boss is fine, but it's annoying getting through Rampart because of all the thin bridges. So shield charge is more annoying there. I feel like there was one more map that I didn't mind. Beach. I can't miss the harvest on Beach. I don't think. The boss is Heoric. So like that's fine as well. I'm not really juicing altars. If I get altars, good. If I don't, it's not the end of the world. So if I'm being very honest, this has the best of all the bosses. Why am I considering the bosses? Because at some point I'm going to have to kill the boss for this guy. How much is this guy? 130 chaos versus this guy's 70, 78. So I definitely want that. Let's do Beach. Let's try Beach. Let's try Beach. It'll also be easy for me to find the smugglers caches, so that's another advantage for this.
I am the judgment of innocence. You stand at the crossroads. Choose wisely.
We're back, eh? All right, all right, all right. You're gonna learn today.
Might of his hand! Ah! Very well.
Bitch.
I'll march with you, but I serve only him.
This way, Exile. We need not the fruit, just the juice.
Mm. We're gonna focus this guy once he's out. Good. He should insta phase. Cool. We didn't get a blue T4, which is unfortunate. Ooh. How much are Sacred Blossoms, by the way? $31 chaos. Not bad. These are the ones that I might have an interest in. Like, it's way less likely that I'll run into Eldritch Altars I care about going this way on beach, so I'm not too hot and bothered about Immortal Call. Pick up the Shrine. Pick up the Smuggler's Caches while we're here, and then we dip into the Harvest.
This way, Exile. Kill it, Exile.
All right, we're home safe on the yellow. We're gonna be right on top of these guys. Bro, you had reached phasing life, okay? You're just being unreasonable, my guy. You're being very unreasonable. I hope you know that. Very unreasonable. You had no business doing what you did. Blue and purple are still up in the air. God damn it, man. They just had to. All these other plots, and you decide you want to be beside each other. Oh, and this one. Okay. Okay. Of all the times for the not will to proc, it's here. Really? Oh, what's that? Something hit me, or I don't know. I don't know where my health went there. Of all the places for that not will to proc is there? Me no likey. Literally the one before would have made me so much money, but no. No. You can't do something that'll give me money. We still got 6k juice there. Honestly, not bad. Not bad at all. I don't like this because now, oh wait, it's just 1, 2, 3. So we can still get 1, 2, 3. Who did you cut off? Oh, nice. You cut off this one.
Look, Exile. Fresh hair. It is done.
Honestly, we'll go for the glass blowers.
This way, Exile. We need not the fruit, just
Ooh, that means they're all on their different plots. See, now this is a harvest I like. This is a harvest plot I really like. Yo did everything right. The only thing that's left to do right is for yellow to not be a bitch and actually just phase when he needs to. That's the only thing we need. That would make this map perfect. All right, I'm gonna need you to not phase when you're supposed to. All right, oh, to phase when you're supposed to, rather. I'm gonna need you to phase. All right. None of that. I don't feel like phasing crap. All right. Actually, he's close to a wall. That's not a good sign. Now he's phasing life. Good. Perfect map. Perfect map. I don't have enough money for this build. Money for Doryani swap, Sublime plus Defiler plus clusters. Having everything else, should I swap from Forge to Defiler so the big damage increase? Have 16 Spectres. It depends on what content you're running. Forged has better single target, but Defilers have better clear. So if you're running content that requires really good single target, then you probably want to stay with Forged. However, if you're looking for clear speed, then you can go for the Defiler swap. Like that single target is not bad. Like it's not like it's you just not kill, you will kill bosses, you're still fine. It's just compared to Frostbearers, their single target is lower.
this way, Exile.
So you'd be dropping some single target damage for some clear. Feared rotas. I had no issues with feared on what's it called? On even lower budget than what you're describing. So you'll still be fine, but yeah, Frostbearers would still be more single targets. Uber Shaper farming though, yeah, for Uber Shaper farming, you probably want the Frostbearers. But that one, you probably want Frostbearers. Who did we get? Purple, right? Yeah, we got purple. Yo, what is up with all these not wilt chance when, and then this one now wilt? Both of you didn't wilt. It's the one I actually want to keep. That's one that's gonna wilt. All right, I see how it is, RNG. Makes sense. I still need to get aggro minion one. I feel red fellas are busted once you get that. Not as reliable without it. I don't have issues without the aggro one. Like I still don't have aggro one. The one thing I will say that I think people kind of overlook at times is that you can actually direct your minions with your spells, and because you can do that, you might not realize that you can keep them in combat in situations where they would otherwise leave combat. Like I can probably be here and I can have it fight. I can have them fight like there. It's not. It's out. Like you have some control over them outside of. You know. I think some people, like it's easy to not realize that in this game because it doesn't take it anywhere. And if you play around that, I don't feel the need to rush aggressive. In certain situations, you definitely feel the aggressiveness. You know, when you have something like a merc that you know is going to do a lot of damage and you're trying to like hide around the corner, it can be kind of whatever if they don't have aggressive to try to keep them there. But like, I don't think they are much worse than like Frostbearers without aggressive. Like either way, the only thing, the biggest quirk to their AI is that if you convocate an enemy on top of the mob, they are going to kite outwards. So if the mob is here and I convocate them, these guys are all going to run out before they continue shooting, because they don't like being in melee range.
Paradise. Forever replenished.
But they don't care about it. But they do sometimes. They're weird. It's not like what's it called, goatmen, where they just keep strafing if they're in melee range. They'll actually shoot. If you walk into their melee range, they'll keep shooting. They're just kind of weird where when you convocate them, they're like, nah, G, give me space.
Did House Kyaxin send you? Want to test the Kyaxin? Be my guest.
Eye of Winter. You have greater freeze and elemental focus. Smart. Curses on enemies in your chilling areas has increased effects.
So be it! Let fury take you!
I should have stayed in Travis.
This is the boss, right? Yeah, it is. Quantity, sure.
Break beneath me!
Why are y'all alive?
This way, Exile. Put down this board.
Okay, 1T4. You chose not to wilt. I'm not gonna complain. You actually have a T3 that I would want. Let's put it away from the wall. God damn it, man. And now you're going to wilt. Why do you always wilt when I don't want you to? Huh? You have no business jumping around, my G. Like, no business. All right, done with this one. I never shared earlier. Holy 160 streak. GG's. That is so huge. We're getting to the half of a year mark, which is ironic too, because realistically it's been it's been longer than that, because I haven't streamed every single day. Insane streak. I think we just go straight into the harvest, I believe. Nope, we do not.
This way.
Be good. Nice.
We need not the fruit, just the juice.
Okay, so I assume now you're gonna phase. Good. Am I a joke to you? You had this one, you had this one. You could have just... Okay. I wonder if so far I am making money. Because I'm not entirely sure how much I spent. If I'm being honest. I didn't track it as close as I probably should have. But I know I spent like, I don't know, 8 divines or something. And... okay, buddy. Okay. I refuse to crash out because of harvest. I refuse to. But if I do, it's BS like this that's gonna make me crash out. So each map, I would say I probably get like half a divine's worth of yellow juice minimum. Then I get like maybe a third or half a divine in another color. So overall in a map, I get like a divine, maybe 80, 4/5 of a divine, 80%, which means after the 20 map stretch, we should be at about maybe 20 divines in juice gotten, maybe. And if that's where we're at the end of that stretch, how much would our profit be? Like 10 plus maybe? And this is without caring too much about Eldritch Altar, so it actually makes the maps quicker. But that's also ignoring the heist drops, which will add up. So there's that. I also have a, what do you call it? With the league mechanic, now that I'm doing that, I have many voyages in the works or left that we can actually do. Yeah, this is a lot of quantity. Like actually 91% increased quantity. I feel like that's worth building around. 91%. Yeah, that's a lot. Maybe we can't ignore what do you call them? All right, we need you to phase. You're kidding me. So these two are T4s. Why wouldn't it wilt? If this was a regular T1 crop, she wouldn't have wilted. I'm like, Naji, you got this. You want to run that after you're done? You know, just in case, we're not gonna wilt. You're just gonna let you do what you want to do. I think now we can go to the memory vault.
Good day.
And while that is opening, we get our next routine. Give me greater multi-strike. Multi-strike? Cloak of Flame. Bro, what? That's all? Sad. I feel like we did good. I can't be bugging, right? We'll do beach again. Beach was fine. Like, I felt like we did enough to... Oh my lord. You know what I just realized? I'm the one trolling. God damn it. I just realized it said complete all harvest plots, which means when I don't complete some that don't wilt, those useless ones, when I leave them up, it doesn't count as completing. That's why it's only one result there.
Bah, another pig without a pet. If you're expecting mercy, you haven't met a Cajun before.
Gilded fortification alongside determination, alongside enduring cry. This is a keep. This is a keep. Holy. At least for me. Like during Merc League, this is one of the mercenaries I'd want to use as a support.
Here, Exile. Another tear. It is done.
This way.
So we need to do everything regardless of how bad it is. If it doesn't wilt. Waste of time, but whatever. Primal Rex Matriarch? Why am I even thinking of that one? This is yellow. You are phased? Yeah, okay, cool. Wait, there's two of you? No, there was one of you. You're just visually bugged or something. I feel like there should be a T1 in this next area as well. A T4 rather. There we go. What up, Potato? How you doing? I'm doing good. Decided to try some harvest farming and see how it feels. So far, so good. We aren't too deep into it. Let's give it space to actually phase. Bruh. Give him space. There. Trying to craft my Cogwork ring. I bricked it with minus 60 chaos res. So you have minus 60 chaos res and minus lightning on the same base. Oof. Yeah, 100% go for the next one, because the first one I did, I got minus I think I got the same thing, minus lightning and minus chaos. But I also had more than 3 mods. I think I had accuracy on it as well. So that was kind of the part where I reduced the odds of it being something I wanted. So do your best to make sure it's only 3 mods when it goes into the reflection. And you have the best odds of getting the desired outcome. Aspect definitely makes it a bit more scuffed, because instead of it being almost guaranteed, it's like slightly less than that. But I think it's still a very, very high chance to get these two separate as 2 different roles.
I've been thinking.
I was reforging chaos until I saw any elemental resistance that was T2 or higher, and with a chaos res mod that's T2 or higher, and then I just annulled until it was 2 mods. This meant I annulled a lot of T2 T1 resistances, but like it was better than the alternative, I guess. And then once you actually get it down to T2 mods, remember to switch it to lightning res. We harvest, then catalyst it, and then reflect, and then you craft to aspect, and then you reflect. Assuming you're going for aspect there, you can also go on for aspect on your gloves, and that's fine. How do you craft aspect on it? Ooh, divine. To craft aspect on it, you're going to beast craft it. For aspect of the spider, it takes Fenimus First of Night, and Black Morrigan is the beastcraft alongside the yellow beasts. But you can always just check it on the wiki if you don't remember. But it's Fenimus First of Night and Black Morrigan. Black Morgan makes it level 30. Just Fenimus it would be level 20. Please, bruh. Okay. Oh, this is a burning ground map. Would you like to phase my guy? You know, come back down. Oh, this was... I mean, I didn't get the blue T3, T4. But I guess it was okay. Thanks, I'll try again. Thankfully, Mrs. Sochi, you need all attributes? What do you mean you need all attributes? Like you need all attributes as a mod on the ring? Question mark? Dex plus int to fill in attribute requirements. Oh, that makes it rough. So here's the thing: the more mods are on this, the more likely it is you end up with a negative or a combination that you don't want to deal with. Like you might put all attributes and it goes into negative. Like you don't want that. So just keep that in mind. The reason we craft a cogwork ring is because we're trying to only get 2 modifiers, so it's easy to get them to be in opposite attributes, and then that is the reason. If you want to have like other stats, it might be worth just looking at what's on the market and buying, potentially, unless you're willing to spend like GG ring money, because this isn't GG ring, this is really nice starter ring money. The way I currently I'm dealing with my attributes, if it helps, is I crafted these two with intelligence. I have way more intelligence than I need, but eventually Honestly, I have way more intelligence than I need currently. So I could have probably switched this to something other than intelligence if I needed to, but I have dexterity here as well, which was kind of the goal here, because dexterity and intelligence naturally roll on gloves, I believe. I think dexterity for sure. Intelligence, no. So you have to essence intelligence to get dexterity natural, and then I got that with res. And this one also doesn't come with intelligence. I think this one will come with probably strength naturally. I don't need strength. I have a lot of strength from the way the tree is. So essence intelligence to get this one. So that's how I'm solving my attributes. And then there's a bit of dexterity here. But this one, only the all attribute is counting towards dexterity. So realistically, it could also be bench crafted all, dexterity roll, and it would have been fine. But I think that's part of why I have as much intelligence as I do. Because realistically, without the 40 ints here and the 30 all attributes, my int would be minus 70. So that'll be like 200 and something, which would be barely enough to get this, but like just barely. Which is about what I expect at this staging budget with the current tree, which is why we go for int everywhere as the essence. Alternatively, you can also get it on cluster jewels. That is the easiest place to get dexterity, by the way, or to get dex plus int, or all attributes rather, on your cluster jewels, especially when you're going for increased effect cluster jewels. Yo, what is happening?
They are coming.
Gonna go that route. I have armor ES bases for my boots. Probably gonna swap out once I craft everything. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. What do we have here? Also, we're getting to the point where we need to kill the boss. Not quite yet, but like in 3-ish maps. Sure. Don't know why it took me so long to decide. Not like there was another T4. What on earth was that sound effect? If you can call it that. Okay, bud. I'm gonna use the phase. I think this is one of the very... Oh, there's two. Surely you guys duplicate. Surely y'all duplicate, right? Nah, they didn't duplicate. But still good loot. So we got 4 T4 monsters in that zone, which is more than we usually get. This puts us at 40k, 28k, 23k, respectively. We're sitting at quantity chance for T4, which is nice. That's okay. That's just 10%. I thought it was 100%. I was gonna say. We have Resistance Shrine, which is not the greatest. Yes, why do I get the feeling we've seen the Harvest? But I also don't think we have. Let's see which is right. I hadn't seen it. Okay, cool. I had to be sure because I'm like, I'm getting the eerie feeling I have, but I know I haven't. God damn it, there's no... If I run into the same... If they're both T4s there, I'm gonna throw a fit. They better not be both there. Because like there's already no yellow here. Making me pick between them is just making this map... Yeah, you just give me a different spot, please. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's not looking good. Ain't looking good. Because like, I feel like in situations like this, I already know the answer and it is exactly what I think it's going to be. What is this? Where on earth is he? Bro, this is dumb. Like, actually, you had so many fields. Yeah. My internet knows what it's doing, cutting out like that. All I'm gonna say is my internet knows what it was doing. Charlie get one T4 out of this. After you'll have the audacity to not spawn the one plot that I have the most of. That was such a shite map. At least by comparison. We got quantity there, nice. Pretty sure this is the map before I have to kill the boss.
They are coming.
This way, Exile. Put down this board.
The only good thing is when you have all three colors, three of them can't spawn T4s on the same plots. That's like the one saving grace. It's literally impossible. Because left to this game, they really love doing it.
Don't let him make a mess.
And then you keep this one. And then you keep this one. Okay. Okay. And I have to run it. To add insult to injury, I have to run it. Because otherwise, I'm going to miss out on vault options. You better make it worth it, man. And then you give me the things that run it. Oh my god. Yes, I'm a little salty. And by a little, I mean a lot. I am still yet to not wilt a T4. All T4s I have clicked the other one off, they've all wilted without fail. But you see those T2s or T1s, oh, they love not wilting. They hate wilting. They're allergic to it. Isn't this the boss? Okay, it's not the boss map. Cool.
Greetings.
This is the boss map. Did we? I'm pretty sure we cleared all the harvests in there. Beach has been really good when it comes to Astrolabe, by the way, can I just say? Like, both times I've used the Astrolabes on Breach, or Beach rather, it literally has given me some, like, it's not like just straight up cut off most of it. It's actually giving me a good amount of runs, which, if you didn't know, is what gives you more options when it comes to Egan. I feel like it's partly because it's at the edge. That is the reason, partly.
This way, Exile. Kill it, Exile. Quickly.
Ooh. Wait, we don't have blue here. All right, good. If we don't have blue, so long as these two on different plots, I'm fine. We do get a nightmare map for our trouble though.
Don't let him make a mess.
Oh, of course there's a blue, and it's going to compete with the yellow. Because why not? Now, if I want to play devil's advocate and think and actually just not reach for a second, I would say, okay, there's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plots. If each one picks one at random, there's a much higher chance that 2 will be on the same one than, you know, the alternative, yada yada. But no, I refuse to be a reasonable player. No, give me them on separate stuff. You don't have to pick the same thing. Why would I choose to be reasonable? So Theta is right there. I don't know that I saw the completed thing, but I'm pretty sure it's completed, so it's fine. And then Egan.
Dame. It worked. Let us proceed.
You're not expensive, right? Even if it is 6%. Yeah, cool. This is also probably not worth my time. Don't know why I picked them. Sentimental value, I guess. That's probably why I picked it. Probably. Marlene's Fallacy. I don't know if that's good. 2020 Frostblade. Corpse Walker. Facetors. Ooh, 500 mil facetors. I feel like that's expensive. I guess there's only one way to find out. Miralene's Fallacy. As expected, it's dirt cheap. Facetor's Lens. How much is 500 mil Facetor's? It's not 200C, but it's probably a divine. I think if I remember correctly, there should be stored experience here. I think that's 500 mil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 10 mil. 500,000. 5 mil, 50 mil, 500 mil. That's the one. It was. It had a few two little zeros. 45 chaos. All right. That's 45 chaos. Everything else here is dirt cheap. We'll take it. Is Aspect of the Spider craft bugged? I have to capture him myself for the craft to show up. No, I think you just need to buy him. Because typically once you've bought the corpse or the beast, and then you right click it so it actually goes to your menagerie, you should see the new beast unlocked or whatever it is. You don't need to capture him yourself, I think. Do you have... Wait. You bought Phrenimos First of Nights? This guy? I don't think I've ever caught Phrenimos. I don't think I've ever caught Phrenimos. Like I haven't really done beast crafting. Let me see. Is there anything online about it being bugged? I guess we'll see. EOE aspects craft bug. So it looks like if you kill... Oh, you had to relog? Okay. I was gonna say it looks like if you kill it in its den, you should be able to, but I kind of want to price check if Facetos lands that way. Weird. And I just saw 45 chaos.
Price.
Yes, at that price. Yes, 45 chaos. There's a lot of 45, so we'll put at 44.
Not selling, was it?
Okay, so we're going to kill the boss in the next map. I feel like I should use another astrolabe here. But am I going to actually continue doing harvest? Honestly, I don't see why not. I don't see why not. I don't think I'm completely done with it yet. I think I actually had fun with this set of 20 and I'll probably continue so long as it's profitable. This is a part of astrolabes I don't like. I.e., I don't like that. Oh, now I'm thinking, do I even use it for the next 2 maps in case? Just in case I decide I want to switch off of it. Or I change my mind or something. I have to say, okay, we're sticking to this for another 20 maps. No testing anything else. Because I do still want to try Betrayal. But I would also like to get to 20 maps and see how much I make before committing. So I think we'll just send it without astrolabes. I think that's the play. First craft aspect, then No, 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 don't. You craft level 30 aspect of the spider. You don't craft one and then the other. It's level 30 aspect of the spider. But if you don't have the craft, well, I saw something about killing the boss, like the Fenuous monster, and that unlocks the craft or something. So if you don't see it, maybe it's a case of you have to fight Fenuous first, and I'm not entirely sure how to do that. I know I've done that for challenges before, so that I can't say I haven't done. You don't have the level 30 crafts. Craft the portal to the Fenuous Slayer and go kill her. Wait, let me see if this says unlocks. It doesn't say to unlock anything. Oh no, it does. The beast will be captured by Einhar. Unlocking the aspect of the spider crafts is an ingredient for this recipe. So you might not already have the beast. You might have to go fight it or something. I don't fully know. I'm not fully sure what this means. My interpretation of it is my interpretation of this is you might have to do something to unlock it, which is kill Fenuous, which means you'd have to craft the portal and then go for it. Can I ask you about Golem? Shoot. Go for it. What do you want to know? Facetous lens, so for 44. Nice. So on PoE Ninja, somebody had 5 without unique jewel. Okay. You're wondering how they did it? They socket 1 golem plus 1 congregation. Yoink. And they'll get a nightmare map. Does that work? No. They had 5. They have 1 golem and congregation. Are they elementalists? Let's just start checking off max sources. Are they elementalists? There's 1 on the tree. So that's already 2 baseline. Is it an of the hordes golem, or is it just a base golem? Those are I guess my first few questions. What's the ascendancy? Is it of the hordes gem, or is it just a base golem gem? And do they have the passive tree node? 4 base, 1 horde. So by using horde, how do I put this? Horde has an extra 2 maximum slots. So the horde actually is not infringing on the base slot unless you go beyond 2 horde minions. So that horde is its own thing. It's not if so he has 4 essentially, which means he's probably getting 3 from other sources and then getting the 4th from congregation. So my guess it's elementalist, passive tree, which has +1, and then base, which is 3. Then congregation gives you the fourth one, and then hordes creates its own slot, so to say. Does that make sense?
Exile.
Is the person an elementalist? Does the eye level matter for level 30? I highly doubt it would. I don't think it does. I don't think it matters. Basically what Lit is saying. The best way I can explain it is he has a golem limit of 4, right? That is how many he can. So maximum count for golem, he can summon a maximum of 4 golems, right? The reason he can summon a horde golem is because horde has a maximum of 6 if he has a base of 4. So horde will basically bring its own maximum slots, kind of, because it has +2 max on top of whatever the base is. So he doesn't need any max for that extra 2 because horde comes, the horde gem has +2 max on it inherently. Does that make sense? You can think of it as the first 2 minions from hordes don't count towards the count, if you will, but only the first 2. Anyone past that will need maximum. My guy, do you plan on phasing or not? They have 4 and no safeguard and safeguarding. Oh, if it's safeguarding, you get 2 from, how many do you get from elementalist? 2, right? If you get 2 from elementalist, then the congregation does the rest. Yes, 2. So 4 congregation gives you a max of 5 with it. A level 1 congregation is enough and you get 5. So it's 2 from elementalist, 1 baseline, 1 from tree, and then congregation gives an extra 1. So that's 5. To get 5, yes, it would be a must. Ooh, this is the first not wilt that hasn't been troll. Math is hard. Ah, what the what killed me?
I've got some wealth for you.
Level 1 should, yeah, it works. So the math is, I guess what you could do is Just 1/4, I believe, is all you need to do. This is the percent you need for an extra 1 from 4. You just need 25%. I think level 1 is like 35, something like that. So level 1 is fine. Now, of course, if you wanted to, instead of from 4, you would need 50%. And that's just the easiest way to calculate how much you need for the extra 1. If you have, let's say, you use the jewel, like you need jewel, you had 5 and you needed an extra 1, it'd be 1/5. And now say you have 20%. So that means at 40%, you would be able to get 2 extra minions. So that also means until you can go from 25% to 50% with your 4 maximum, there is no difference in congregation. So a level 4 congregation doesn't actually do anything for your setup because it's still going to be just 1 extra. It doesn't actually get to the point where it becomes a second extra. You know what? I think all these mobs here are part of this why I'm getting 8 FPS here. All the Wretched Defilers things. They are part of the why.
Oh, check in with me when you have a moment.
Last but not the least.
They are coming.
You don't stand a chance. Make your choice.
Withering Steps, Scourge Arrow. But I have a bit of a headache. With 12 div for that, yep. Congregation is very, very useful in many different builds. So it's not necessarily being priced around that build in particular. It's probably being priced around Spectres. Because like you're getting 1 golem as an example. But I'm also using a congregation. And this is giving me 4 Spectres, I believe. Yeah, 4 Spectres. And that's very powerful. Certain other builds, like other minion builds, might be going for congregation so they can get an extra 2 support Spectres, which is very big as well. So it's a very, very handy gem in many scenarios. You had to buy 2 Morrigans. What? That is so random. So the first Morrigan just didn't count as you unlocking the Morrigan recipe? Question mark?
Kill it, Exile. Quickly.
Yes. I'm probably going to have to compete with the blue T4. Because why not? Litz, question for you. Do you have any idea what the fuck these elemental looking shields are on certain enemies that just randomly show up? I haven't been able to place a rhyme or reason as to why those mobs have that shield, or because it looks like an Aegis, but I don't see a new mod on any enemy or a new skill or anything like that. It's one of those things I haven't been able to deduce since league start and inside this season. So I'm completely lost on what the fuck it is or what it could be aside being an Aegis. Oh shit. Of course. These guys are going to be the 2 T4s, eh? I see right through you, PoE. Like this circle. This guy right here. Well, I guess it's kind of hard to see with all that BS. Ooh, never mind. Okay, cool. Long road to get that gem. Feel tired. What are you playing? A self-cast build? Or is that like a Golem Master or something? Like I would imagine a Golem Master wants Penis Brand. Okay. I saw some interesting Penance Brand tech with elements. Well, using the Desire of Crests. The helmet that has max of 1 sockets but gives the socketed skill 8 levels and like up to 40% quality, and then you use the Pearl of Sowata ring to then still socket stuff into the Penance Brand. And yeah, how bad was the brick? Let me see. Wait, it didn't increase the max of Harvest Juice? Huh. Minus chaos and minus light. That's all you gotta do. Fair. Fair. 07. Third time's the charm, I believe. Alright, let's look at Wealthy Exile and see how much we got. 30 divines. But this one, the difference is this one didn't really have all the scarabs and whatnot. So Rain of Salt. But let's see how much we get from liquidating. But I think I spent about maybe 12 to 15D on input costs, maybe. So definitely profitable. Definitely profitable.
I should raise my fees.
Yeah, and purple is struggling out there. 8100. 1624. 303.
I'll put the word out.
Cool. And then this is closer to 6. 5. That's 3,500. 700. 800. There.
I'll put the word out.
So that's 11 divines from there. That's 5 divines to make 16. That's 3 divines to make 19. And that's basically 20 divines from just the juice. Now, of course, we also got heist stuff. So, but we need to get rid of all the non-level 83s. Anything below 83 is getting destroyed. I mean, this one is already brute force, so it doesn't really matter really. And then we got quite a few blueprints. Not all from this strat. I assume eye level is important on blueprints. But is it important enough that I should destroy this 81? Looks like it's. $83 blueprints on the other hand. Yeah, cool. 82. Did we get anything that had an anoint? I don't think we did. I think we got a single item that was worth, or that got. All right, give me a quick second. I need to pee and I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Oh, could you please tell me how to craft minus lightning res ring for the build? It's pretty straightforward. What you want to do is you want to, if you're looking for a budget ring like this, what you want to do is you want to buy a cogwork ring. The base is like 4 divines. You buy that, and what you're going to do is you're going to come to this bench and you're going to choose Reforge Chaos. Make sure it's not mirrored, by the way. It has to be a non-mirrored ring. So it's, like I said, it was 4 divines as when I bought it. Make sure it isn't mirrored. So you put it in this bench, you choose Reforge Chaos, and you start clicking it. And what you're looking for is you want a tier 2 elemental res. It doesn't have to be lightning, but it has to be elemental. tier 2 and above elemental res, and then tier 2 and above chaos res. So you're going to use this until you see those two modifiers. Once they are there, you're going to throw orbs of annulment until you're able to remove, hopefully remove every other mod except the elemental res and the chaos res. If you remove any of them, you go back to reforging. Now you're going to repeat this until you do get only those two modifiers, i.e. chaos res and lightning res. Now once you get these two modifiers, what you're going to do is you're going to buy a Black Morrigan as well as a Venomous First of Nights, those two beasts, and you're going to take it to the menagerie. If you, this is assuming you need aspect on the ring and not on your gloves. If you don't need aspect on the ring, skip this step. But I opted for aspect on my ring. So you then beastcraft level 30 aspect of the spider by going to the menagerie and using those beasts that I just said to get aspects here. And then once that is done, you just quality this to 20% with resistance catalyst. And then you're going to buy a reflective mist, which is pretty cheap this league. It's like it's 114 chaos right now. Very, very cheap compared to its usual price. And then you're just going to use the reflective mist on your rig. That'll make 2 copies that have opposite values. So if on the ring you hover on first, you see positive lightning res and negative chaos res, then on the other ring you have the opposite, so negative lightning res and positive chaos res, which is what you want, which is what I got, right? The fewer the modifiers on the ring, the more likely it is to get what we want, which is minus lightning plus chaos. That's why we only go for like 3 mods. If you don't need aspect, then it makes it a whole, like it makes it cheaper, because then it's only 2 mods and it's very high likelihood that 2 mods will end up as opposite signs, if you will. Very, very high. But even with 3, it's still very, very high likelihood. It's just lower than 2. And then by 4, it's now very RNG. You don't really want it to have 4 modifiers, which is why you annul it down and all that. But that is how you craft this ring on a budget. So, and the reason we go for cogwork is because increased suffix magnitude means that this is going to be higher. This also increases that magnitude as well. So that's why, even though this is a T2 chaos res, T2 chaos res between 26 and 30. So typically on a regular ring, this is like 28 chaos res. But because it's on a cogwork ring, we're able to get, I think this 38 is before resistance mod. So this makes it 38, I believe. And then this takes it higher. And then the reflection give it a slight multiplier. I didn't hit the maximum multiplier, I don't believe, but I hit a big enough multiplier to cap my chaos res, which is all I was really looking for. Does that make sense? Why do we have these things sold? This guy needs to sell. You are welcome. This guy needs to sell, but like I also don't necessarily need to sell it. Like, you can afford the next set of 20, I believe. Do I have maps? I think I should have a set here. Yeah, I do. Fragments 76. Reason I'm checking fragments is because a part of me is thinking, do I just do T17 farming? That won't be bad, technically. Because I still like ziggurats. I still really like Ziggurat. Okay, we'll do harvest again, I think. How much chaos do I have? Not nearly enough. So I guess let's start with how many chaoses this is. This is 1 divine's worth of chaoses. 1.5, let's say. I'm going to convert 15 divines to chaoses. And we're going to use that.
I should raise my fears.
All right. Base harvest. We need 20.
I'll put the word out.
Fine. Cornucopias, 20.
All in order. I'll let you know.
Dublin's 21.
I should raise my fees.
You finally won, but the roll is too low. Oof. Did you quality it? That's rough.
We'll make it happen.
Bro, why give me 11? All right, give me 9.
I should raise my fees.
I didn't put monstrous lineage on there.
I should raise my fees.
That leaves me with about, and then these are like, let's say 7 each. Actually, I'm not done yet because there's still fruiting, and I'll need like 4 of these. Cool. And then we would typically buy 20 of these. These are going for like, let's say 7 a piece. 7 times 20 is 140. And we have 140 going from here. That is 820. We convert it back to divines. It's about 4-ish divines. So we spent like 11, a bit over 11 divines. We spent slightly more than 11. Oh my god.
All in order. I'll let you know.
We spent a bit about 11 divines. But that's about the price of everything we just got. So if we get 20, that's some decent profit. Is there a breakpoint for minus 200? Wait, are you saying your current res is what? Is minus 68? That's your current res, not what you got on the ring? Or is that what you got on the ring? Plus 46 minus 68. Minus 68 means you have a total of minus 136 when you reflect it with the ring. Minus 136 minus 60 would get you to minus 196. So if you have no other sources of lightning res, you should be at minus 196. But we do get other sources of lightning res, which is the problem. Because Storm Shroud has 10. That brings you down to minus 186. Well, it has 10 to 15. Get it 10. You don't want to 15. That's minus 186. And then 5 here, minus 181. And then a bit of res here. 5, 3, 5, 3, 8. So 181 goes down to 172. You'd be like minus 172 with this skill tree if you have no other sources of lightning res, which is still fine, but it's not quite minus 200, but it's still fine. Like it's not like you're going to double your damage going from minus 173 to minus 200. It'll be more damage, but you know, you should have the majority of that damage bucket already. Just remember to reflect your ring. Oh, melding will take you way beyond what you even need. If you really, really, really want to make it up with jewels, melding should do it, but like you don't need melding because that would hit your code res by quite a bit. B, that reduces your max code res for no reason because you only need code res. What you can look into is Thread of Hope. Thread of Hope should be able to do it to help you because you can get minus 20 here. So that'll put you at minus 193. Not quite still, you know, the full thing. But this is, it gets you closer. You'll be minus 193. So you can do Thread of Hope. You can do, what else is a source of minus res? You can do Farborn Storm Shroud. You can do Farborn Storm Shroud, replacing the lightning res with increased shock duration. That'll put you at minus 203, so you would hit the cap. But of course, that would probably be more expensive, so just keep that in mind. And make sure you don't take this and this. You'd only want this one to be Farborn, and then you'd want the base from Storm Shroud. But that's how you can still get to minus 200, still using just the jewels you have. Well, using one more, but without it actually hitting your code res in ways that is unnecessary, at the very least. It is already 11 p.m. So we should definitely be getting ready to end stream. I might try melding. I don't really have a good spot for Thread of Hope. What do you mean? A good spot for Thread of Hope. I think if you get a massive ring here. Nah, it's not too useful for here because if you get a massive ring, if I remember correctly, you can take this. You can take this, you can take this, something like that. But we already take this because we want the mastery. This would be new. This would be, I have POB open. Why am I guessing? Yeah, it's precisely what I just said. Actually, this is the green. Yeah. You'd be able to pick up this guy, and I think this guy, but it shows pink, which means probably not. Oh yeah, and this guy plus max res. That's the other one. So you can still pick up. You can still go here and pick up plus max and increase life with strength. Like these two would still be good value, and you can still get max code isn't there, so Melding will make it so I can use Sapphire Flask and only worry about cold res. No, because without melding, you still only worry about cold res, because we convert all our damage to cold res and chaos res anyways. This is 50%, this is 20% or max at 20%, and this is 30%. So we only care about cold res and chaos res. Using Sapphire just would give you max cold res, but melding also comes without conversion. I'm not sure what you're asking. Melding has minus max res, so then you'd have to deal with the minus max res, which means you have to get even more max res to compensate, but there's no advantage because we're only building there's no advantage because we're only building cold res, so it's just minus cold res plus cold. Like we don't care about fire res, we don't care about lightning res, and those are the only two reses to affect. Who is this and why are you shooting many projectiles? Wouldn't melding make it so? That is not how it works. No, melding makes it so your maximum of other elements is equal to the highest of your maximum. So you know how in a let's say my current build, or better still, this is a POB I made. I'm using melding on this build, so it's a perfect example. Melding makes it so your maximum early res is counted by the highest maximums. What that effectively means is without melding, I only have fire res at 90% and the others are 76. But by using melding, it gives me -4 of all max res. So let's say fire res goes from 91 to 86, but now that it's 86, every single other fire and lightning also match it at max 86. So now I can get fire and lightning to 86 or 87 in this case, and they're even. So all I'm going to be doing from this point on is healing max fire res, and for every point of max fire res I get, everybody gets a max res. It doesn't touch the resistance. It doesn't give you, that's why it has minus res on it. It doesn't help you hit that cap sooner. All it does is it touches the cap, nothing else.
This way, Exile.
Does that make sense?
We need not the truth, just the truth.
Some Defiler builds will use it so that they can get a big minus res, but they still have to make up for the max res in order to get to 90. But they're using for the big minus res, so their rings can afford to be worse for the most part. Can you just face, please? There's no reason why you haven't. Like if your minus max res was, let's say your rings were really bad, you have minus 120, then you can say, yeah, you can use melding as an offensive choice to go from minus 120 to minus 200, because it comes with like up to minus 80 early res. But that would still reduce your max cold res by quite a bit. So instead of being at, like, for example, my current setup is 81 max cold res. That would reduce my max cold res to 77, I believe. So I'd be squished out to cold damage, but I would have minus 200 lightning res at that point, even with very bad rings. Sublime is 55. Back to farming. I go. That ring cost me everything. Yeah, Sublime is very expensive. It's cheaper than it was yesterday, thankfully. Like yesterday was like 80 divines or something. It's very stupid. But it's come down a bit, and it might still come down a bit more. But I suspect that you'll find the best prices for Sublime around this time, potentially. But it is well worth it. That I will say. All right, let's get him out of that corner, shall we? Oh yeah, I didn't do anything about these guys. Didn't even price check them. Probably should have. I'll probably do enough maps to get my first vault, and we'll see if I get lucky. I'm really hoping I get greater multi.
Forever replenished by endless waves teeming with life.
I think what we might do tomorrow in terms of farms is we might try out a bit of what you call it. We might try out a bit of voyages.
I gave up the cause. Give up on God. You should do the same.
Because I do have
Path and walk it alone.
I have a lot of voyages left that I could just I want to just try to blast through. So we might try to just play around with it, see what we get and all that. There's nothing here that's good.
Go! Your God has abandoned you as mine did me.
I am okay. Okay. Just 100 to 0. If I had fully juiced them on the tree, I'd be like, sure. You know, fair. Okay, so there is no harvest down there. What do you mean he just one-shots me? That's crazy. Like genuinely very shocking. Have you finally phased? I think you have. You have not phased? Oh, you have now. Oh, this is a good map. This is a good map. All the T4s are separated. And then yellow even behaves itself and just phases with no issues. You know what? This is why I go one shots. Fizzle's extra code, Fizzle's extra lightning. It's a increased AoE. It uses skills that have base fizz and has 50% inherent conversion. So this already just gave it like 340, 350% Fizzle's extra, something like that. On top of other damage modifiers and support gems. I see why one shot me. I see why. Can this build do all map mods? It depends on how okay you are with dying. I would say it can, but some map mods are less ideal than others. Like minus max res will leave you squishier and will likely get you killed against high elemental mobs and stuff like that, as an example. Or reduced block, all of that. So if you're fine with using map mods that make you considerably squishier, then yeah, it can do all of them. It has no mitigation against minus max res. Like I'm not using lower reef or anything like that, so you kind of just take it. You take the minus max res and that just be it. You'd be squishier to whatever elements it affects. It doesn't like reduced block as well, because block is a very nice defensive layer it uses. So if you take out your block, you'd be considerably squishy as well. So there's no hard brick mod currently, I would say. And if you're referring to the high budget, there's even fewer hard brick mods, because like now there is even early reflects, we just ignore. So there isn't any mods that I would say are hard bricks, but there are mods that are very inconvenient to run, I would say. Another such mod, reduce aura effects, because that would mean your max code res goes down. Your normal kill shred code res, depending on your gear, might go down as well. I know, you know. But this is before mage blood and whatnot. If you're talking about post mage blood, then your you should have way more cold res than you need, and your max is the one that goes down, which is still on ideal, but not as big of a deal. Not nearly as big of a deal, actually. I think even for me now, is it a big deal? If I stop using this right now, it is, but if it's 80% reduced, probably still fine. 100 days, would you recommend high budget or medium? I would recommend a mix between medium and high, and I say that because 100 days will probably get you, it depends on the price of Sublime Vision. This is the main thing that will determine how much you can spend elsewhere. This guy can be as low as like 40 divines, can be as high as 70, 80 divines, depending on time of day, depending on a bunch of different factors. Right now it is 55. But if you're able to get Sublime Vision, you're able to get Watcher's Eye with this mod. Is the most important mod. You want to get this as close to 20 as you can. This is a very good secondary mod to have, and that covers 50% of your conversion. This can be as cheap as you need it to be. The rest of the pieces, once you have those two, getting a Doryani setup is feasible with let's say 40 divines, but I am talking about 40 divines from where I was. So this is a +2/1. This might run you a couple of divines to get. This is cheap, but this is like, this shield should be $13 divines. Congregation is another, what have I heard? It is like 18 right now. 13, it might be 13. This is like under like 13 divines. Ooh, we sold our Respecter for 20 for 4 div. Nice. Crafting the boots might run you like 15, 10 to 15, 20, depending on prices again, and luck and all that. So if you have some of the pieces, it would be cheaper than you have to get to like exactly where I am. If you have none of it, then you can't quite get to where I am with the 100. You can get to, I would say your priority would be getting, with the 100 divines, I would get all the surrounding pieces and then work towards farming up for a Doryani swap. That's my recommendation. So that means getting your +2/1, getting this, maybe not getting this, maybe getting it. Honestly, get it, maybe. I'd probably prefer Doryani swap over that. So maybe you save the currency you would spend on that on Doryani instead. But like, get this. These two are important. Get the boots. Get your belt set up, and then save up for the Doryani swap, which would be Sublime Vision. Oh, and by the way, I think you should buy Sublime Vision at, watch your price for like a day and get the hang of what the price looks like, and then buy it at the cheapest price you think is worth it. That's what I would recommend. But buying this saves you a whole lot of potential headache because this price is very volatile. I shit you not, it's very volatile. There's literally only what, 8? There's 12 on the market right now, and if, I mean, depending on what demand looks like, it could easily shoot up. So get this and then start getting the other pieces, and then with whatever's left over, you can start assembling your Doryani pieces. And by Doryani pieces, I literally just mean like minus Lightning Res Ring, Kalandra's Touch, Doryani itself with a good implicits, and then making sure you can cap your code and chaos res with everything, with all the res you have available to you, as well as having enough dexterity and intelligence to move on. That's going to be the bulk of your money. So if you set up everything else, then you can comfortably work towards your Doryani. That's my recommendation. Okay, it's already 11:30. I was going to do this until my first harvest chest, but I don't think I'm going to do that. We'll probably end stream here, I'm thinking, because we'll be back tomorrow. Stay tuned for more knowledge. Thank you very much. Appreciate the company. And I appreciate the support. Tomorrow we are going to be, well, if I finish this set of 20 harvest maps, then we'll just, you know, if I don't finish it, we'll finish it. And then once we're done with that, I think I might do some voyaging. Maybe we'll keep an eye on our King's March, because I think I have like 2 days of, I have like till Sunday before I have to actually farm more ore. So that can do its own thing. We might explore some betrayal. Right now I'm in the mood to just explore different farming mechanics and see what I feel like really sinking myself into and just turning my brain off. And I think regardless of the mechanic, I want to try to farm in the top right quadrant, just because of the potential rewards there. I want to try. So I want strats that don't want the bottom left quite as much. Where is Strand on this map, by the way? I don't think there's ever not Strand. It's top left. Top left, I think it's kind of ass. Top left, I think it's kind of ass in terms of rewards. But it's a good thing Strand only, the only thing we would farm on Strand is like essences. But we are going to try essences at some point. I don't know if it's tomorrow, but at some point we'll try it. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow afternoon. Till then, have a good night.